Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. I just wanted to give you guys an update or kind of an overview as to what we have going on real quick, just in case you don't know already. So we have Alex Cain, who's kind of taken over the Hot Shop today. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench, the black cap on his head, and everyone else around him, they're all supporting him and working on so many different components that are all going to eventually come together for one larger piece. And we actually have the part of this piece that we're going to be working on in the Hot Shop today right here at the center bench. Is drawn out on the metal shield right in front of where we're heating the glass up. So you can see these large worms on the glass, and they're actually going to be wrapped around something like this right here. Yeah, this float. So this is going to be a blown component that we'll make in the second half of the day, and then these worms are obviously completely solid all the way through, and that's actually what we're working on right here at the center bench right now, is one of those worms. And then over on this left bench, I came over and it looked like they're working on some eyes. These are some pretty small detail-oriented pieces of glass. And I know, again, we have a lot of stuff going on the Hot Shop floor. So on top of all that, we have some flame working happening right here in the front as well. And flame working is something I don't get to talk about very often. We usually don't see this set up at all. But it's a table-mounted torch, and we have these rods of colored glass that we heat up the end of, and we turn into these smaller pieces of glass, which we're making some worms right here as well. So we're extending this piece of glass right here at the center bench, turning this into one of our worms. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you guys. Hi. So we're going to be working on quite a few things at the same time. As you're seeing, there's a lot of people on the floor. There's a lot going on. So I'll start off from the top. We have Alex Cain, who's sitting and working at the center bench. He has the black cap on his head. And he's the one who's the main artist today. So he's given everyone these instructions as to what he wants them to make or work on in the moment, and eventually a lot of these or most of these pieces are going to come together to form one bigger piece, which he described to me as a table. This is going to have a float as kind of the center or the center of the table right here. And this is going to be supported by these solid glass worms, which you can actually see drawn out on the metal shield right there, right in front of where they're working. That's what we're basing everything off of. And again, these worms are completely solid glass through and through, so they're going to be able to support a lot of the weight. We will also have this big disc of blown glass, basically like a rondelle, that'll be added as a tabletop. So this is the very, very beginning of the process right here at the center bench. We melt down some colored glass. We drop it onto a clear bubble. And this is going to create a layer of color across the entire piece, just that little bit of molten colored glass. And for those who just joined in, welcome in. I was just talking about this piece that's drawn on the metal shield right in front of where we're working. So this is what we're working on. It's basically this large glass float. And it's going to have some other sculptural elements, all relating to fishing, by the way. So this is a float for fishing, and then we also have specifically these worms that are going to be the legs of the table, and then the tabletop is going to be this big disc, almost like a rondelle. Yeah, they've been working on even smaller, more detailed pieces over on that left bench. They've been making fish eyes, which they just showed off to the front of the audience, perks of sitting in the front, which are basically these silver pieces of glass. They have a little pupil and everything. These are built just little bit by little bit. I think that they've been whipping them out every like 15 to 20 minutes or so, though. And basically each time we finish a single one of these components, like one worm or one eye, any of these pieces of glass, we're going to set them aside to keep them warm temporarily inside of this box, which is called the garage. It sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's just going to keep it warm enough that we could pull it back out later on and then actually use it. So we spray water into the glass furnace every once in a while, which is the tank with the closed door. We have one on either side of the hot shop. And this is just to break air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the molten glass inside. Because inside of these tanks with the closed doors, we have a large pool of molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible in the base of it. So this is sitting just at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We keep this running all the time, 24/7. And this is where we're getting all of our molten glass today. So again, we already have our layer of color on this glass right here at the center bench. And we have started to gather up some layers of clear glass over top of that from the glass furnace. Each time we do that, we sit down and we use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. It's kept saturated in water, and we're just kind of smoothing and shaping this back into kind of a Q-tip shape. So at the center bench, we've blown this bubble out quite a bit, and you could see it's a lot more balloon shaped at this point, and you can see the color a lot better, which is pink. And we've also created this breaking point. We squeeze the glass in right off the end of the pipe, and that's just creating a weak point. So we'll take the piece off of the pipe from there. And this is eventually just going to turn into a cup that has these straight cylindrical walls and then a rounded bottom to it. And you'll see how we use that pretty soon, but this is something called a stuff cup. The name is pretty self-explanatory because we actually stuff that cup with more glass later on. So then once we have that bubble blown out, we bring over a second pipe, we attach it to the center of the bottom. We would do this no matter what the blown piece is. If it's a cup, we're attaching this pipe to the bottom of the cup. If it's a vase, we're attaching this pipe to the bottom of the vase. Basically, the point of doing this is to break the piece off from its first pipe so that we can work on the other end of it. So it's just a tap of the pipe, and I know that that seemed like magic, but it was just a very controlled thermal shock in that weak point, and then tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks and just pops it off. So now we have a small opening. We can go on the inside and start to lift the wall and open this piece up. You guys can always ask me questions. Yeah, they called it a float, so not a fissure, but Yes, so the worms are going to go kind of at the base of it, like this drawing, and that's just going to act as like a table legs. And then we have some other pieces that are going to go around it as well, like fish, which is why we're creating those fish eyes. And then also for the tabletop, there's going to be a big rondelle that will go kind of on top. But the way that it was described to me is they're going to cut the top of the float off on a later date, and then they'll put the rondelle on and kind of cap it off with the rest of the float. So it's a really big multi-day project. And for those who just joined in, we have a pretty big project that we're going to be working on. And this is Alex Cain sitting and working at the center bench. She's the one who's designed this piece. This piece is best described with the drawn image on the metal shield. The metal shield is right in front of where they're heating that glass up. So basically we have a float that'll be made, and we have all of these solid glass worms that are going to be attached to the sides of this float. And this is actually the start to one of those worms right here at the center bench. This cup of colored glass will eventually stuff solid clear glass inside of it to pick it up again. Which they've already started that clear glass. That's what was just handed off to Alex just now. Now, the job of this box in the front is basically just to keep this piece of glass warm, this cup warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In these same boxes, or something similar, all these boxes throughout the room, on the walls, and in the front, these are all annealers, and they have programming to them where we can either bring things up to temperature, keep them warm, or we can bring things down to room temperature. And that's what comes at the very end of the process. So the center bench, we have this large mass of clear glass. And if you wouldn't mind, can we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So this is being shaped into basically this longer, slightly tapered shape. We're using this pad of newspaper to do so. Yes, that's all this pad is made of. It's just newspaper, folded up, splashed with a little bit of water. But this is basically just being reshaped so it fits really easily inside of that cup. We want it to go straight down and touch the bottom of the cup first so that it'll slowly fill up the sides and we don't trap any air bubbles. So after soaking up a bunch of heat into that clear glass, we'll bring it up to this box. And again, we're stuffing it inside of that cup of colored glass we made earlier. And you'll see what this does, but basically the point of this is so that the color is right on the surface of the piece, and it looks like the entire thing is colored pink all the way through, with there only just being pink on the surface. So we're using a little bit of color, but it goes a long ways. And we just finished another one of those color cups over on the left bench, which we're bringing over and also placing inside of this box. So we'll use this the same way later on. And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. I just wanted to introduce the project and the people who are working on the project, or person. So we have a bunch of different people on the floor today. We don't have our usual Hot Shop team. Instead, we have Alex Cain, who's sitting at the center bench right here. So you can think of him as a visiting artist for the day. And then everyone around him they're all just bringing these pieces to him that will eventually attach together and turn into one larger piece, which is actually sketched out in front of where we're heating up this piece of glass. So this is a blue float, like what we see on the front pedestal over there. It's blown, it's hollow, and we're going to be attaching these solid sculptural worms to the side of it, which this is turning into one of those worms right here. And this is going to be an all-day project. So we're going to work on the blown float later in the second half of the day, and then we'll start attaching everything together. So this is all the glass we need for this worm. So from here on, it's just shaping and turning it into that worm. It looks like we're doing a lot of the shaping initially using the pad of newspaper again. And anytime you see us using this paddle, we're more so using it to shield the artist from the radiant heat coming off of the glass more so than anything else. Although we do use them to flatten pieces sometimes, which is why they're so charred up. So to start lengthening this, first they need to pull a point so that they have something to grab onto. And this little ball that they've created off the end is basically going to be used as a handle. So they're going to leave this attached. Eventually they'll cool this down. See, they're blowing some compressed air. And then eventually they'll hold on to it and stretch the rest of the glass out. And to get a longer stretch, we have someone stand on the table to actually hold this pipe up as the glass is stretched down towards the floor. Oh yeah, anytime we're dipping the end of this glass into that bucket, we're actually dipping it into water, which is cooling that handle down even faster. We just don't want that glass to stretch off to the point of us not being able to use it as a handle. And now we can stretch this out into its full length. For those who just joined in, this is going to be turning into a large worm. This is just completely solid glass through and through. We have a layer of pink glass on the surface as well. And just a quick introduction again for anyone that recently joined in. I wanted to give a full overview. So we have Alex Cain sitting and working at the center bench right here. He's the one with the black cap. And we are seeing him work on the piece that is drawn right there on the shield, that metal piece of equipment right in front of where we've been heating that glass up. And this is one of the worms. This is going to be a pink worm that will act as one leg of this large table structure. That table is going to be built with a float as the center, which we have an example of one of these floats right here on the pedestal that I've been referring to, that cobalt one right there. So this will be the entire center of the table that we attach the legs to, which are the worms. And then we also have, on a later date, it sounds like, we'll make a rondelle that goes on top as kind of like a tabletop. So it's a big multi-day project, and the full day is going to be spent working towards that final piece. So at the center bench, it looks like we're going to heat up section by section and create the individual little rings or sections of the worm. And then over on that left bench, if you missed the beginning of the process, we're making the color cups over there, which is kind of as it sounds, is a cup of colored glass. It has straight walls and a rounded bottom. And that's how they got the color on the surface of this worm right here at the center bench, is by stuffing clear glass into one of those cups. So we're making some more of those cups over there at the same time, getting as much done as we can. And then again, up in the front here, we have some flame working going on. This is something I don't get to usually talk about. We don't often have this table-mounted torch set up in the front here, but we're working with these rods of colored glass, melting them down and creating even smaller worms on this torch right here. And since we're using so many different pieces of equipment at this moment, I'll point out some of the different things that we've been using. So we give the piece an overall heat, which is called a flash, just to keep it warm enough from breaking. We're just trying to keep it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we go inside of that open face furnace. And this furnace is called the glory hole. That's different from the glass furnace, the tank with the closed door to the right of where we're working. That is where we're actually getting the molten material itself sitting inside of a large crucible in the base of it. And then we also have these two torches. That fluffy large flame that we're using runs around the same temperature as everything else, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So everything's running around that temperature. But this small handheld torch with that bright blue flame, this is running up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, making it the hottest item in the hot shop. And I always want to make sure to point that out. It's a really impressive piece of equipment. And this is kind of like flame working, except mobile. You know, you can handle that torch and move it around wherever you need to. Sorry. But we always use this smaller torch for sculpting so we can heat up a small section of glass at a time. As you'd imagine, if we heat up this entire thing, then it's all going to start flopping and moving around. So we have to heat up a small section at a time. And another piece of equipment to point out for anyone that hasn't seen us use this yet, this box, it's called the pickup oven. We put these color cups inside of there, kind of self-explanatory name, but a cup of colored glass. We're setting it on this ring so it stays upright with the opening facing towards the sky. And then eventually we bring over more glass and we stuff it inside of that cup to pick that color up on the very outside. So again, this is what we've done for the pink worm right here at the center bench. And we'll be doing that again later on. But this box just keeps them at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So flattening the end with the crimping tool actually added a texture to that glass as well. So the tool itself had ridges on it, and those ridges have now been applied to that tail end of the worm. So we've finished one half of the worm at least completely. So soon we'll be bringing over another pipe with some clear glass on the end. We'll attach it to this end that we've finished and flattened off. And then we'll break this entire thing off of the pipe that it's on right now. And that just lets us work on the end that was attached to the pipe, so both ends of the piece are completely finished and beautiful. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. I see a few new faces in the crowd. So I wanted to give an introduction from the top as to who we have here and what we see them working on. So we have Alex Cain. He's been sitting and working at the center bench quite a bit. It's the one in the black cap. It's just disappeared onto the left side of the hot shop briefly. And everyone else on the floor, they're helping him bring this design that he's brought in to life, which we can actually see this design right here on the metal shield in front of where they're working. And the blue section of this piece right in the center is actually a float, just like this right here on the front pedestal. So this is going to act as the center of a table. And then these worms are going to act as the legs of the table. And we also have kind of a tabletop that's going to be created maybe on a later date, maybe today. They're seeing how much time they have, but it's basically going to be a big disc or rondelle of blown glass that they'll insert or place on the top of that float. So overall, pretty big, complicated piece. Seems like we'll be working on it all day today. And for now, we're finishing off this worm right here at the center bench. Feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I know you've all been joining in at different points in time. So we've just been keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench. And over on the side, we prepared a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. We're attaching this onto the end of the worm. And then eventually we'll break this worm off of the first pipe. And this is broken off with a little bit of water, which thermally shocks and cracks the connection. Then with a tap of the pipe, this pops right off. And welcome to anyone who recently joined in. I just want to give a quick little overview, and then I'll jump back into explaining the process as we go. But we have Alex Cain working on the hot shop floor today, someone who's standing right outside of the bench here with the black cap on his head. And he's the one that's brought in the designs that we're going to see made today, and the team that we're seeing working on the floor, they're all working towards this one larger scale piece, which is described to me as a table. And this is a worm, which will basically be used as one of the legs of the table. And then the table center itself is going to be this float, like what you see right here on the front pedestal, this cobalt blue glass. So this is blown. This will be made in the second half of the day, I heard, and then we'll assemble these worms onto it to create legs of a table. So this is an all-day project, And then even on top of that, on a later date, it sounds like they're going to be attaching a rondelle to the top, which is basically this big disc of blown glass as a tabletop. Now, this is actually the very beginning of the process where we get our color in the first place. So in this box up in the front, for those who haven't seen this yet, we put these cups of colored glass. So basically a cup that is blown glass has color on the surface of it, pink or red, depending on the one they're picking up right now. And they're stuffing just solid clear glass inside of that cup to pick it up on the outside. So this is how we're getting, again, that layer of color that we're seeing on the finished piece that makes the entire thing seem like it's all colored glass, but really it's just a surface layer of color in a way. Now this setup right here is just going to be used to straighten out the body in just the way they want, or just support the weight along the entire side of the piece at the same time. We use a surprising amount of wooden tools in the Hot Shop, as you'll notice. So these are some wooden blocks, a wooden paddle. We want to use wood tools every once in a while because it's an insulating material. So it's not like touching cold metal to the glass, which can crack it from thermal shock or cause a rippling in the glass. It's just protecting the glass. And now we have got to find a way to put it inside of the garage, which is this silver box right here. So we can just stick the entire end of the pipe in there with the piece on it. It's going to stay at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in that box. And this is important because on a later later today, we're going to be attaching it to the side of that float that we're going to be making. And we're going to attach hot to hot, of course. So we just need to keep it temporarily warm. Then we can pull it back out later on once we have the float and attach. And we'll work on the next worm already right here at the center bench. So again, so far we've picked up that cup of colored glass. We have that color across the entire piece. And this is going to be prepped and then eventually stretched out into the length that we want for this worm. And that first worm, it looks like, has been successfully placed inside of the garage. Just the end of the pipe sticking in there with the piece. That's why they call it the garage, because we park the end of the pipe in there, apparently. And just a little reference for anyone who's recently joined in. Again, we're working towards this sketch that's on the metal shield right in front of the center bench where we're heating up this glass. So we've been working hard for almost 2 hours now. Actually, these guys started before the museum even opened. So let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work so far. And because we put that first worm away, of course. So we have finished technically one section of the piece at this point. We'll work on at least a couple more of those worms. We'll do the same thing, setting them aside, keeping them warm. And then in the second half of the day, that's when we make the float and start attaching things together. And in the front here, we have some flame working happening. This is something I don't get to talk about very often, so very cool that we have this set up. But basically, we have this table-mounted torch, and this bright flame allows us to work with a special type of glass called borosilicate, which I think we might be working with boro right now, but it's basically a scientific glass, like beakers, for example, and Pyrex containers. But we are making smaller worms on this torch, and it sounds like we'll use them for maybe a different project later on, but just, getting as much done as we can throughout the day, all across the board. Yeah, this is a really cool small scale work. And actually, I can relate it to something that you guys see throughout the museum. So, all of those really intricate, like glass paperweights and large solid glass pieces with the flowers and the insects and all of that, that is done with these small table mounted torches and these small rods of colored glass. It's called flame working. And again, it can be very detail oriented, as you're seeing. Now, those pieces in the Grand Hall are very intricate, and apparently they vacuum seal clear glass around the piece. They vacuum it around it. That's why there's no air bubbles in those. It's very interesting. So, something I like to point out, I just got a question not too long ago about the later part of the process where we're assembling things together. And if any of you are in like a time crunch, but you really want to see how this project ends up, we actually live stream every single day that we're down on the Hot Shop floor. And you can find this through the museum's website, or you can find it on our YouTube channel. It's just up on our YouTube channel, live streaming. You can even pull up old live streams. So say you remember tomorrow that you wanted to see the end of it, then you could just pull up today's live stream tomorrow. So with this glass at the center bench, we have this little ball on the end. This is just being used as a handle, which is why we keep dipping it in water. We're just trying to rapidly cool it so we can actually grab onto it and use it as a handle to stretch out the rest of the glass. So this is when we get the length and the overall shape of the worm. And a little bit of water again was used to just break this excess piece of glass off the end. And I assume they're trying to get the lengths of the legs all around the same. I just heard them throwing some numbers at each other, about 27 inches. Oh, and somebody asked about closed captioning earlier. I have that up on the screen. Yeah, sometimes we'll have some small technical difficulties, so thanks for your patience. Welcome into the Hot Shop to this who just joined in. We have Alex Cain, who's sitting and working at the center bench right here with the black cap on his head. And we are working specifically on a worm. It's going to be about 27 inches long. And this is going to be the leg, one of 3 legs of this table that we're working on. And this is actually drawn out on the metal shield right in front of where we're working. It looks like in pastels or something. Now the center of this piece is going to be a float, just like this one right here on the front pedestal. And we're going to be attaching these worms around the side as the legs of the table that's going to support the entire piece. So this glass that's being cut off can't be used anymore, so we do have to throw it away or recycle it. But it's because it has layers of clear and colored glass inside of it, so it can't be used as pure color or pure clear anymore. But luckily, a lot of the excess glass that we tend to have is clear glass, and that stuff we just throw back into the furnace to reuse. So now that we have all of the individual little sections or rings of the worm, we're going to start working on the tail end of the worm. So this is eventually going to be flattened out into almost what looks like a fin. And I want to make sure everyone's aware of an event that's coming up very soon and is free for you guys to walk through and attend. But on the 8th, August 8th, we have an event from 10 to 5, so the entirety when the museum is open. We're going to have something called Glassfest Northwest. This is something that we do each year. And basically, a bunch of tents will take over the Grand Plaza right outside of the museum. All of these tents are local artists and vendors, and there will be music and food trucks. It's usually this really big event, and you guys can walk around and look at all the art and maybe even buy some to support those local artists. And then, of course, we'll have the museum open. We'll have a visiting artist at the same time, Dan Friday, also a local artist. And just in case you didn't know, the 8th is a Saturday. So this would be the coming Saturday. And welcome to those who just joined in. So we're working on a pretty big project right now. Right here at the center bench, this is a worm that we're working on. This is the second one of the day. And we're going to keep working on these, I think 1 or 2 more, and they'll eventually become the legs of a table-like piece of glass. With this piece right here on the front pedestal, this float is going to be the center of the table, and then the worms will be the legs of the table coming off of it. You can imagine this like a post or something, right? And this is actually drawn out on the metal shield right there in pastels. So that's what we're working towards. This is an all-day project. And then not in that picture is a big rondelle that's going to be on the top of the piece. And that is going to have to be added on a later date. But we might see them make the rondelle in the Hot Shop if we have time. So we've just finished the overall shape of the worm. We've just flattened out the tail end of the worm. And we'll break this off of its pipe pretty soon to work on the other side, the side that's currently connected to the pipe. And we're working across the Hot Shop. We have the left bench. They've been working on basically a little bit of prep work. They made some eyes for some fish that we'll see later in the day. They made the color cups that were used for the color of this worm. And I know that might not make sense yet, but I'll show you guys that later. We have some more color cups inside of this box in the front. And then in the front here, we're seeing some flame working, which is a small-scale glass art. And we're making some worms on the torch right here. And a good example of flame working is actually all the pieces that you're seeing out in the Grand Hall. Those large orbs and cubes of just solid clear glass with the intricate pieces inside of them. All of those small pieces of glass were made with a table-mounted torch like this. So this is a really important step. They've just attached a second pipe onto the end of the worm, and we're breaking this worm completely off of that first pipe. And again, this whole thing is just so we can work on the opposite end, so that end that was just connected to the pipe. And then this is also when we'll start to get the overall shape a lot more of the worm as well. They'll do all of the curving of the body at this point. They've been leaving everything stick straight for this part of the process. It just makes things a little bit easier to smooth things out and to get those rings in and everything. So to fix up this end, we first need to close off this little clear window that we have on the end, because we broke it off of that previous pipe and we have a layer of color on the outside and then just all clear glass on the inside. When we break that connection, it reveals the clear glass again. So when we break or kind of pinch some of that glass away, then the color comes all the way back to a point at the very end. And again, I know we're using a lot of methods of heating up the glass, so let me talk about these different methods for those who join in a little bit later. We're using this large open face furnace called the Glory Hole, which runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, pretty warm temperature. We're using that to overall heat the piece usually. And then we have this large fluffy torch, which we use to heat up sections of the glass at a time. Usually we're just trying to keep cold areas from breaking from thermal shock with this torch, which is why you see us heating up this section that we're not really working on anymore. And then with this smaller handheld torch, which we haven't used in just a moment, but we were using not too long ago, that bright blue flame, this is running up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We use it to heat up sections of glass at a time for really detailed work. And that's actually very similar to this table-mounted torch right here. They both get up to those really high temperatures, and yeah, we're just using it so that we don't heat up the entire thing so much that it starts moving and flopping around. So we've been working on getting the overall shape of the worm. This is when they've done a lot of the curvature of the worm. And I want to point out all of the tools we're using to do this are wood. And it might be weird to think of using wood on a piece of glass that's sitting somewhere over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or at least 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Obviously that wood is going to burn, but it's important to use an insulating material against the glass every once in a while so that it doesn't suck heat out of the piece, which can cause thermal shock, cracking, and rippling of the glass. So we're being super careful. These wooden corks. So I was just trying to figure out what this piece of glass that they've been trying to attach is, and I figured it out. So again, this image that they're referencing on the metal shield here, right in front of where they're working, we have these small fish that are kind of filling in the gaps in between the worm, which is going to act as the leg of the table, and then the float, which is acting as the center of the table. So this is eventually turning into a fish. That's what this is. And we actually have a lot of details to add to this fish. They created these eyes, these individual beautiful silver leaf eyes. So they'll actually look realistic. And they'll bring those over and attach them on as well. And just to reiterate, for those who came in more recently, welcome into the Hot Shop, first of all. And I just want to talk about who's here and what we have going on for a moment. So we have a completely different team on the floor than you would usually see. Well, we have Alex Cain leading the team. He's the one at the center bench with this piece of glass on the end of the pipe. He's the one with the black cap. Everyone else on the floor is working towards this one larger piece of glass, which is best described as a table. And this table, the center of it, the leg of the table, is going to be this cobalt blue float, or something like this cobalt blue float. This will be made in the second half of the day today. And then we will start assembling all of these pieces of glass onto it as the legs of the table. And these are, of course, worms. And we have some fish that are kind of wedged in between the worms and the leg of the table. All of these individual pieces, once we finish them, like this right here, we will set them aside in the garage just to keep them warm, basically like putting it on pause before the second half of the day. Then we can attach them all to the float once we have the float. So this is a large all-day project and a large team working towards this piece. We also have something that we don't usually see in the Hot Shop, which is flame working. I've been enjoying pointing this out, but basically we have a table-mounted torch right here, and we're working on a smaller scale with these rods of colored glass that you see laid out on the table right there. So using these, we're creating even smaller worms, and I think that these are technically for a separate project. So just using up the time and the space that we can here on the Hot Shop floor. So we're adding a texture onto that glass that is going to become the fish. And we're using a piece of copper tubing to do this. And just to give you guys a little bit of sciencey stuff, different metals have different, coefficients of expansion. They absorb heat differently, and they conduct heat differently. Copper, silver leaf, and gold leaf are some things that you'll see us use when it comes to glass, because those things can actually conduct the heat pretty well. Compared to something like stainless steel, which all of our tools, the table, which is the large metal table there, the Marver, we're also using the pipe that has stainless steel. All of these things are stainless steel, which are poor conductors of heat. So the heat's not going to travel to our hand when we're using those tools, when we're using that pipe, versus copper and other things. So that was one of the fish eyes that we made earlier. And again, this actually has silver leaf inside of it, which creates that reflective backing to the eye that you see in fish. And it's a really good example of us, again, we can use copper, silver leaf, and gold leaf in our pieces of glass and actually embed them into the glass without worrying about it breaking the piece. So again, eventually when we finish this piece, we're going to set the entire end of the pipe with the piece on it inside of the garage, this silver box right here. And that's just going to keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we work on other pieces. And then eventually we could take things out one by one and attach everything together. So it's just like putting the piece on pause in there. And I think we were just moving the first worm over so we can make some space for this new one. Okay, so we're setting this piece aside. I guess let's do the same thing as we did earlier. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work so far and for finishing that worm. Thanks, guys. So we put that aside in the garage. That's the second one done. Yeah, it's hard. I wanted to mention the reason I'll do the rounds of applause here and there like that is because we're not going to have a finished product until the very end of the day. And I doubt you guys are all sticking around till 5. I don't know. Maybe some of you. You're welcome to, but... Oh yeah, something to mention as well off of that. If you guys do want to see the end of the product, but you're on a time limit, we live stream every single day that we're down on the Hot Shop floor, which is accessible off of our website or off of just YouTube. Just look up Museum of Glass Tacoma. And our live stream runs, again, every day that we're open. So you could pull up stuff from years ago on our YouTube channel. You could pull up today's right now. It's very accessible. And could we have a view of the left bench for a moment, please? Actually, no. Maybe? Yes? So we're working at the left bench for a moment. We often will start our projects on the side benches and then bring it to the center bench to finish it off and actually turn it into its final form. So I believe we have one more worm to make right here at the center bench, which we have a view of up on the screen now, as well as some closed captioning. So for anyone that didn't hear, we have Alex Cain. He's sitting and working at the center bench right at this moment. And he's got this whole team on the floor. They're all working towards one large project that we'll see completely finished by the end of the day. Up in the front here, we have a pickup box. We were preheating a cup of colored glass up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is just solid clear glass that we've stuffed inside of it. So this is how we're getting our color for these different pieces today, is we have the color basically on the very outside of that solid glass so that it appears to be colored glass all the way through. And now you'll see the process of us turning this into one of the worms. So first thing we do is we roll this glass on the marver, which is this large metal table. It has a thick slab of stainless steel on top. And we want that cup to be completely flat and smooth against that clear glass, which we've successfully done. And we have to do a lot of careful heating and preparing to be able to stretch this out into the body of the worm. And up in the front here, if I haven't pointed this out to the new guests that have come through, this is flame working. And I enjoy pointing this out whenever we see it because it's not very common that we have this set up on the hot shop floor. But basically, we have a table-mounted torch. We have these smaller rods of colored glass, and we can use these to make so many different things. A lot of people make jewelry or flowers, like those flowers that you see inside of those large, solid, clear glass pieces out in the Grand Hall. Those are all made on the torch, these small rods of colored glass. But we're making some worms right here, some smaller scale ones. So with this piece of glass at the center bench, we've sectioned the end off. And this glass will be completely cut away, but we eventually create this small section of glass that's basically a little ball, and we'll use this as a handle to stretch the remaining entire section of the glass out. And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. So we're working on a worm at the center bench. This is a large, completely solid piece of glass that we're going to eventually stretch out into a worm. And we do have an image right on that metal shield in front of where they're working and in front of where we heat up that glass. That's a really good reference image to what we're seeing. All of the pieces that we're working on today are relating to fishing. So we're going to be creating this piece later on in the second half of the day, which is a float. And we'll attach all these worms to the side of it, almost like this is the support for a table, and then the worms are the legs of the table. And then eventually we'll have a rondelle for the table, top, and everything. So really big piece of glass, lots of different steps to it. So this is them preparing to stretch this glass out. Again, we have that ball of glass on the end that will essentially use as a handle to stretch this entire thing out. And we have a torch on standby to heat up any sections that need to be stretched out further. We'll apply extra heat and then give it a pull. And we also have an air gun, which we'll use to cool any glass that's stretching out too fast. So we actually keep all of the glass furnaces running, which are just the 2 tanks with the closed doors. Those run 24/7. Everything else we shut off when we're done and turn on maybe a couple hours before we get started. Yeah. So again, we're stretching this out into the body of our worm. And we're trying to get these all to just about the same length, which just seemed the last two were about 27 inches. The end of the glass is knocked off with a little bit of water to just get rid of that extra length. So using the jacks, which are these two metal blades, we're going to start squeezing in these lines all the way down the length of the worm, creating all those individual little sections. We're specifically using a couple of different torches at the same time. The larger fluffy torch is used to heat up sections just to prevent them from breaking or cooling down too quickly. And then this smaller handheld torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're very quickly heating up a ring all the way around to create that section that we're squeezing in with the jacks. This is also the only piece of equipment that runs off of propane and oxygen, so these two torches are very similar in that way. So once we get to the end of the worm, we start using this tool called the crimps, and basically this has a texture on it, basically just these little ridges all the way from one side to the other. And these ridges are being applied to the glass when we squeeze. And we're going to completely flatten this out into basically like a tail. And we're keeping this worm completely straight when we first start making it like this, just so it's easier to get those rings in and then to get this texture of the tail in. But when we finish off the worm completely, we'll attach it to a second pipe and then we'll actually curve it to get the final shape. So this is eventually going to end up kind of like the drawing on the shield, which is that metal board right there in front of where they're working. And I know it's a little bit hard to see, so I'll point out this piece on the pedestal. This is a float, and this is going to be, you could think of it like the support or the leg of a table. And then these worms are the foot of the table, the legs of the table that'll actually support the weight of everything else. And then the top of the piece is going to be a rondelle, and they're trying to determine if they'll have enough time to make that in the second half of the day or if they'll make it on another day. But, yeah. So, good question. Depending on the day you come in, different pieces might be made specifically for the store, or in this case, we have a visiting artist, and so Alex can do anything he wants with these pieces when they're done. And he hasn't told me what he's going to be doing with them, but he showed me all these designs, including this one. It sounds like they'll all be displayed together. And the fact that they're being displayed together tells me it might be like a show or an exhibit or, just something to display. So we don't reuse the colored glass that falls on the floor. It can be thrown away or recycled or used in some other way if we personally want to reuse it. Like I've thrown it into the bottom of ceramic dishes when I've done ceramics before, just as an example. So we reuse all of our clear glass, though. Yeah. Yeah, this box that we will use throughout the day, this is the garage. And when we put things inside of here, I always like to say it's basically like putting the piece on pause. It's just warm enough to prevent it from breaking in there. And then later on in the day, we'll actually pull all of these pieces back out, including the one that we're finishing right here. And then we'll attach them all to the sort of center piece, which is the float right here. So we need to keep them temporarily warm. We use this box. But this box doesn't have that programming to it like these ones do. So we can't cool it down fully in there. It would actually break if we turned this box off. So when we completely finish the piece, it's going to have to go inside of a box like this or the ones on the walls to cool down for 12 hours or so. And now we're at the point where we have finished getting all of that texture we need. And the tail end has been shaped up, and that was a really good save. So that was not supposed to pop off right there like that. But luckily, it popped off right after they attached that pipe, so they had saved it. But this is what we meant to do in the end. We just wanted that connection to set up a little bit stronger. But now we can work on the opposite end of the piece and finish off the head of the worm and get the overall shape. So as you can see, we focused most of the heat now just to the very end. We're going to bring all of this to kind of a tapered point, and then we'll do a little bit of that shaping using this setup on the table, which is a large wooden board that's basically been clamped down. And we use a lot of wood on our pieces, especially towards the end of the process like this, because the glass is a little bit colder. If we touch it with cold metal, it's going to suck heat out of the piece and then crack it from thermal shock. So we use an insulating material like wood instead towards the end. So this is where we're actually getting the curvature of that worm. So we have these pieces of wood that are, I think, quite literally like screwed into the larger piece of wood so they can actually bend it around all of these little obstacles that they've set up and get that perfect curvature that they're looking for. And then again, pushing things into their final position using the 2 corkwood paddles. And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. So we're working on specifically this larger piece that's going to be finished throughout the day today. We actually have this drawn out on the metal shield right in front of where we're working. So this is a blue float that'll be surrounded by these glass worms. We're finishing off the last worm that we need, I believe. And then they'll basically act as legs to a table. The float will be the center of the table, and then something like a rondelle or basically this disc of glass will be the top of the table. So pretty big project. They're hoping to finish it by the end of the day today. And yeah, again, this is the last worm that we're finishing off. So over on the left bench, we picked up a bunch of color on this glass right here in the front. And we're eventually going to bring this over and apply it to the worm at the center bench right here. This is eventually going to turn into something like a two-dimensional fish. And you can actually see these wedged in the drawing in between the worm and the float. Yeah, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but yeah, there's like these two-dimensional fish kind of wedged in there. One of them's more of like a blue-green on the left, and then one of them's more purple on the right. So this was a strip gather that we got of clear glass. And the name kind of explains itself a little bit, but we basically gather clear glass and then we strip most of it off just so that we have a clear coat on the surface of the color, and the color isn't directly on the surface of the piece. But we weren't necessarily trying to make the piece bigger, so we just got a lot of that clear glass off. Now we'll get this into the right shape, and then we'll bring that over to the center bench. So this glass has been brought over to the center bench. Yeah, that was very impressive. So the piece got cold enough and then we applied enough pressure that it just snapped off. But people always say these really cool things, right? Like, this is totally the case for this piece, but I've always heard that a good glass blower doesn't mean that you make good pieces. It's actually what you're doing in the moment, like saving something or fixing something like this that proves or shows that you're a good glass blower. So they did a great job there. So we use this setup on the Marver being that large metal table. This is a wax piece of kiln shelf that we're resting the glass on, and we're just smoothing and evening this glass out, flattening it out. We do have some more details to add to this piece of glass as well. The one that we just added inside of the crook of the worm. We're going to be adding a scale texture to it, and we're going to be adding a fisheye, which this fisheye was made earlier in the day today and actually has a little bit of gold leaf and everything to make it look like a real reflective fisheye. So lots of little details going into these pieces. So in this silver box over here, the garage, we have a tray of those fish eyes that we made earlier. And they're just sitting in there staying warm. And again, eventually we'll bring one of those over and attach it to that two-dimensional fish that we've just created in the little curve of this worm. So I missed it. They were really quick, but they already added that eye to this fish. I guess it's good that I referenced the garage anyways, because that's where this piece is going when they are finished with their touch-ups and making sure everything's nice and warm. They're going to put this inside of this silver box. Just park the entire end of the pipe with the piece on it in here. And that's going to keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit till after our lunch. And then we can make the main float that we're going to be attaching all of these worms onto. So that's why we need to keep them nice and warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And welcome to those who just joined in. I know a few people joined in since I started talking a little bit ago, but you guys are catching a good little glimpse of what we're finishing off right here. So this is a worm that is kind of like a tail end that's attached to the pipe of the worm, and then this larger mass on the far end away from the pipe, that's like a fish face. And all of this is based off of this design that you see on the metal shield drawn in pastels. This was designed by Alex Cain. He's the one who's been working at the center bench, the black cap on his head. So he's our main artist today. And we just finished the last worm. These are pretty big. They're going to be used as basically the legs of a table. So again, based off of that image, the blue is a float, like what we see on the pedestal. It'll be the center of the piece, and we'll build off of that after our lunch break. So we just set that piece aside in the garage. This will keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we could just pick it up again later on and attach it to the float. And up in the front here, we've been doing some flame working on and off throughout, well, not on and off, continuously throughout the day as well, making even smaller worms. These will be used for a different piece, but along those same lines and along the same theme, and they'll probably be displayed together as well. So we'll be taking a 1 hour lunch break starting about now. We'll have the return time posted on the screen, which I'm not sure when we'll be returning exactly, but again, it's usually just about an hour from when we break. And thanks for stopping by. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop. Welcome. So, just to give an introduction and let you know what we have going on, we have Alex Cain working on the floor today, and he's actually the one who is over kind of by the furnace there with the black cap on. That's our visiting artist, that's our designer for the pieces that we're seeing today. And we're working on a piece that's pretty large. We're going to see something like this made in the Hot Shop. This is a float. So it's hollow, it's blown all the way through. I'm not sure what color we're going to use yet because these designs that we have, like this drawing right here on the metal shield, that's kind of what we've been going off of today, but we've been switching up the colors, I've noticed, quite a bit. So we'll see the color. And then we're actually going to attach some pieces that we made earlier to that float. It's going to be a pretty big piece in the end. So as I'm sure you all are noticing, looking at the front pedestals, everything is fishing related. So we have worms, we have fish, we have a float or something like a bobber. Well, so the equipment that we're working with is between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have ventilation coming in from outside, so working in the front right here and where you guys are sitting, it actually feels pretty cold, so I wore a sweater. But over there, it consistently seems to be about 80 Fahrenheit, so it feels like you're always somewhere tropical when you're working with the class. Yeah, the hotter it is outside, though, the hotter it is in here, of course. Yeah, all of the work that I've seen him make is all fishing related. He even made a fish hook at the very start of the day. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and since you guys are here in the second half of the day right now, I want to make sure to mention that you can always pull up our live stream on YouTube and you can rewind it or you can go back days or years even. So if you want to see how we made the things we made in the first half of the day, then you can pull that up. This, for example, is one of the worms we made earlier. And this is going to be one of the 3 that we're attaching to that float. But since you guys missed that part, that's why I mention it. So you could pull it up and watch it just in case you're curious. So while we're keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench, we're just lightly touching it up and making sure it's in the exact position we want it to be in. And eventually this piece of glass right here in the front will be brought over and then attached to this worm. And it's kind of hard to describe how it's going to be attached, but you see that crook in the shape of the worm? It's going to be placed right in there, and it's going to kind of fill in that divot that we have in there. And I can actually point this out on the drawing. So again, referencing this drawing on the metal shield, in between where there's a gap between the worm and the body of the float, there are actually these little fish wedged in there, like a two-dimensional fish. And so we've already done this twice. This will be the third one where we're adding in this extra glass, adding little fish scales, and adding a fish eye that was created earlier today. Yeah, so this torch we use to heat up sections at a time. So we'll say we just want to bend one little section, then we just heat up that one little section. And then we give it an overall heat in that large open-faced furnace just to make sure that nothing is getting too cold overall. So this is a strip gather. We had a layer of color on this glass, but we didn't want color directly on the surface of this piece. So we gather up a little bit of clear and we strip most of it off. We just want a thin coat. So when we have visiting artists, which you could consider Alex a visiting artist today, and again, he's the one who's wearing the black cap for anyone that didn't hear my little spiel in the beginning. But yeah, he's here for the day, and he can take home and do whatever he wants with these pieces of glass. That's how visiting artist residencies work. And I'm not sure what he plans on doing with these pieces. I haven't asked him yet, but it sounds like he's going to display them in some sort of way. Yeah. Oh yeah, and this is something I haven't really pointed out to you guys yet, but in the front here, we're seeing some flame working as well. This is something I don't often get to point out, but we have a table-mounted torch. We have these small rods of colored glass that we're heating up, melting down, and just using small amounts of them to make even smaller worms on this torch. So, and oh, this is exactly how they make those really detailed flowers and insects inside of those objects out there in the Grand Hall. This small scale work like this called flame working. So now from the left bench, Alex brings over that solid piece of colored glass. And this is used to fill in that gap. And then this pipe is cut away. Yeah, the surface there. We're torching this piece of kiln shelf that has a coating of wax on it. We're preheating it so that we can lay this piece of glass down and flatten it all out perfectly. And the only reason we would preheat anything is usually just to prevent the hot glass from touching something cold, which can thermally shock it. Sometimes we do this to melt wax as well, though, so it could be both. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. Just to quickly share what we have going on, we have a visiting artist, Alex Cain, and he's the one with the black cap holding this pipe. And we're working on a pretty big piece right now. This is just one of 3 of the same piece that'll be attached to a larger blown piece. This is a worm, and it has this large mass of colored glass. So we just added to it that's going to be turned into kind of this 2-dimensional fish head. So it's going to have scales, it's going to have gills, it's going to have an eye. And it's all going to be mounted onto a piece like this. This is a float, which is blown all the way through as well. This is hollow. Oh, yeah. We'll do the glass blowing here as well. And then we'll just attach everything together. And that's coming up pretty quickly. That's something that they plan on finishing before the end of the day, the assembly of everything. Yeah, I know there's a lot visually going on right now. We're heating up the glass overall right at this moment like this, just to make sure everything stays at least at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just preventing thermal shock. And then we use this smaller handheld torch to superheat the glass that we want to shape. And with a broom, that is usually just to get little particles off the surface of the glass. Earlier, we were using these wooden paddles made out of cork to kind of push the glass into place, and it probably left some residue behind, so they're getting that off. So to start carving some of these lines into that 2-dimensional fish head, we're using a tool called a tag, which is basically just a little metal paddle. we're using the edge of it and just carving into the surface of the glass. Also, you'll see us using this piece of equipment quite a bit. I might as well point it out now. This is called the garage, and there's a flame in this corner. It just keeps anything that we put inside of it at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's basically like putting a piece of glass on pause. So we'll pull things out of there and continue working with them, or we'll put things in there and then just kind of set them aside temporarily. So right now we're heating up just one small spot with that super hot handheld flame that's in Alex's hand right now. And then we bring over this tray that has a couple of fish eyes that we made earlier. And these actually are very realistic. They have silver leaf on the back of them, and then a black pupil, and then a clear coating right on top to magnify everything and make it look like a real eye. So we pick this up and we place it onto the head of the fish, just adding detail upon detail. Yeah, so let me give a quick introduction for everyone who just joined in, actually. I'll start from the top, talk about everything that we have going on and the people that are here. So today we have Alex Cain on the Hot Shop floor, just kind of running the show. He's the one with the black cap on. So he's the one who's gone and deliberated with everyone on, okay, this is the plan and this is what I want to make. We have a drawing of exactly what we're working on the metal shield right behind where they're working. And this is one of the three of the pieces that we're going to bring together on one larger blown piece. Up in the front, we have something that is related. This is flame working, something that I love to point out because we don't see it very often. But this is a table-mounted torch. We have these smaller rods of colored glass that we're working with. We just melt down a little bit at a time off the end, and we can sculpt it, and stretch it, and turn it into these really detailed little pieces of glass. He's making some worms down here, some smaller worms. But a really good example of flame working is out in the Grand Hall as well. All those little flowers and insects that are on the inside of those large, solid pieces, those are all made with flame working as well. So the way they get it in there, there's a video that plays during lunchtime sometimes showing this off, but basically he makes the individual pieces like a flower or an insect, right? He has them all separate, but he then brings them together with these little structural clear supports, so they're all just barely attached. And then he places them in the bottom of this vacuum chamber. And then he brings over a molten glob of clear glass, immediately places it on top, and then pulls a vacuum, and it just sucks all the air out, and it pulls the clear glass around everything. It's really incredible. And that's why there's no air bubbles in them at all, is because of that vacuum. Yeah, that's a good question. So usually when we have visiting artists or if we have anyone on the hot shop floor, we always have a resident like full-time hot shop team that works here as well. But today is one of the few days that they're not here. So this is a like completely different team than you would usually see on the floor. But Alex has ties here at the museum. He works here part-time with the hot shop team, and then we'll see some familiar faces with a lot of these other folks as well. They've all come through at some point. But yeah, Alex has been working kind of regularly part-time with the team. It's a really good opportunity. He gets this full day today to work on anything he wants and then do anything he wants with those resulting pieces. And I believe we're actually seeing the start to the float over on the left side of the hot shop. So everything has to start really small. We just have a little bit of clear glass on the end of a pipe, and we use that to pick up a piece of colored glass. Luckily, I have some examples down here. Our color gets shipped in these bar forms like this, just solid bar through and through. We attach that to the end of the pipe with that little bit of clear, and then we melt it down. So that's the only way we get our color. Well, there are other ways, but we don't have like a molten vat of color like a lot of people might imagine. We only have molten vats of clear glass. So with that worm, we set it aside in the garage. And again, we have 2 more of them inside of this box as well. So we have 3 total now. And they'll be used as basically the legs of a table. You can imagine the float as the center of the table or the leg of a table, and then the worms as feet for the table. And then there's going to be something like a rondelle, this big disc of blown glass up on top. So now we could focus over on the left bench, if we could have a view over there, please. So this is that piece of color. We've just started to melt it down. This is how all of our projects start. So for the worms specifically, the way that we colored them is we still have to start with this color bar like this, and we melt it down, and it's so interesting to describe. So the way I have to visually describe this is something like an ice cream cone, and you pour like a chocolate shell over top of it, right? So we start with a clear bubble, and then we layer color over top of it completely. So when we blow the bubble out, there's just that thin layer of color surrounding the entire thing. And that's the same idea behind any piece that's going to have that solid layer of color like this right here too. This is just a small piece of cobalt that was spread over a bubble and then blown out. And these colors, they start off so rich. Like this one, it looks like it's just black when I hold it up, right? But it's kind of like a pink color. It just has to be thinned out for you to be able to see that color. So this will be blown out. And we did the same thing for the worm. So the worm is not blown, right? We have to blow it out into a cup, and then we stuff it with more clear glass on the inside. It's a whole process. So this is going to turn into a bubble. This is just some clear glass on the end of a blowpipe. All this rolling on the marver is to both cool and shape the glass in such a way that when we blow into the end of the pipe, it doesn't burst through. It just forms this perfect little bubble inside of the clear. Now we leave this bubble pretty small. We're going to let it cool down quite a bit. And then we'll eventually bring that color over and you'll see how we apply it on top and kind of spread it over. So this color is quite literally dropped down on top of the clear bubble. And this is why we let that clear bubble cool down quite a bit as well, so we can take that color and we can really push and roll it back without affecting the shape of the bubble underneath. No, that's great. That's a great question. So there's so many different ways to get into glass blowing, and everyone kind of has their own individual story. But there's something that's local here called Hilltop Artists, and you could start as young as 12 years old blowing glass in a middle school and a high school. And so there's a middle school and a high school that literally just have a hot shop in the back of them, and they're used constantly throughout the year by after school clubs, during the day elective classes, and then I was just talking to some people in the front about the production team, which happens more so in the evenings after all of those clubs and the school day has ended. And that's how they raise a lot of funds for the program, is the production teams. They make glass art that is then sold and raises more money for the program, which then, loops back around and allows us to continue blowing glass. It's amazing. But when it comes to other glass blowers, sometimes they go to a college, they take a random elective, and then they just kind of fall in love with it. Maybe you get taken under someone's wing and they teach you the ropes right from the beginning. So it just depends on who you ask. I think a lot of people do end up just kind of stumbling upon it, though, in some sort of way. So when it comes to this bubble, we have, let me describe the layers, that small initial clear bubble. We have a layer of color, and now we're just starting to build up layer upon layer of clear glass over top of that, and we're going to let that sit and rest in between each layer, so we essentially have a solid core within the next layer of clear glass. And we're going to keep building this up until we have all of the glass that we need for this entire float. Yeah, so this piece is maybe a little bit misleading to what we're going to see. I think we're going to see something that is this shape, but it's not going to be two separate colors. It's just going to be like one full blown thing. And yeah, I think this was just a good example of some of Alex's previous work, but not necessarily what we're seeing today. Yeah. So we should see very similar shape. Maybe it'll even be bigger because those are some pretty big worms that we're attaching to the side. And each time we get a new layer of clear, we sit down and we use this wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. So this is carved out of something like a cherry wood. It's usually a fruit wood, and it's always kept saturated in water, just to kind of smooth and even out this surface layer of clear. And then we move on to a new shaping tool. This is a pad of newspaper. It's literally just folded up newspaper. We splash it with a little bit of water, and it's as close as you'll see us get to using our hands to shape the glass. Oh, you know what? I'm not sure, but we have a variety of gloves that we'll wear. It looks like he might be wearing leather gloves, which is a safer material than some others. But as long as you're not wearing anything plastic, we just avoid wearing anything plastic in here. Otherwise, if it does get hot, it'll just melt to your skin. But the only reason we would be wearing gloves is if we're working really, really close to the surface of a piece and there's no way to shield us from the heat radiating off of it, or if we need more grip on the pipe to help us turn. And this piece is going to get big, so we're going to need that extra grip strength. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. I want to give an introduction as to what we have going on real quick and catch you guys up. So we have Alex Cain on the floor. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. He has that black cap on his head. I know, completely different team than you would usually see on the floor today. And so these guys have taken over the floor. They're making some of Alex's pieces. And we're specifically going to see this large float being made in the Hot Shop. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to attach these large sculpted worms that we made earlier to the sides of it. And it's going to technically be able to sit and act almost like a table. So you can imagine this as like the center leg to like a round table, and then the worms will be like table legs. And then there's going to be a big rondelle that's attached somewhere like this separation line on a later date. So it's a really big project, technically a multi-day project, and we're going to see the blowing of this piece and the attaching of the worms at least today. So we're mostly going to be working at the center bench. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. So just to emphasize for the people that came in more recently, we're still just working on building up all those layers of clear glass over top of our color. And then once we have enough glass, then we can start blowing this out and turning it into our float. But yeah, right now we're still in that process of getting all the clear. This is technically the longest part of the blowing process. It takes a while to let those layers cool down. And this is going to be a big piece. Keep getting surprised every time they get a new layer of clear. So this is just a pipe cooler, so don't worry, you're not missing anything too cool over there. well, other than the cooling, but it's a trough of water we set the pipe down into, and that's why you might see some steam rising and hear that water rushing. But yeah, that's it. We have one on either side of the hot shop as well. Yeah, when we're working with larger amounts of glass like this, the pipe does tend to get a little bit hotter. Yeah, just in case anyone else is curious, every once in a while we will spray water into the glass furnace, and this is just to break air bubbles that have risen up to the surface of the glass in there. There's a large ceramic crucible behind that door that's just filled with clear molten glass, up to about 1,000 pounds of glass. This is a very big furnace. And so the more and more we're gathering throughout the day, the glass kind of drips back in and it folds on itself and it creates all these little air bubbles. So we've gathered one more time, and it looks like this is a strip gather. So to make this a little bit more of a manageable sized piece, we're dripping some of this glass off into a bucket. This is specifically clear glass only in this bucket, so we eventually crush it up and throw it back into the furnace to reuse it. And we're using another pipe cooler. This is the one on the other side of the hot shop. So again, don't worry, you're not missing anything too crazy over here. And then we'll come back to the center bench and we'll use another block and smooth this glass out. This block is big enough that it would be horrible to hold with a handle on it. So instead, we set it at the bench and we just roll it in it at the bench. So this is all the glass that we're going to need for this project. So from here on, This is when we're going to see a lot of blowing and a lot of shaping of this piece of glass. So starting with the pad of newspaper, we're shaping this bubble as it's being blown out from the other end. We're using these 2 wooden paddles to shield Alex's arm and hand from the radiant heat, more so than anything else, although we do use these to flatten the glass sometimes. So now we start using the marver, and this is a really important process that took me a while to understand when I started working with glass. But basically, we're rolling the glass on this table, and this is a thick slab of stainless steel. It's sucking heat out of the glass wherever it's touching the table, and this is going to start solidifying the glass a little bit wherever it's touching, of course. And then when we blow, it's going to expand the other areas more, avoiding that area. So basically just controlling the thickness throughout the bubble by rolling it on the table and then blowing. So we use this torch to heat up sections of glass at a time. We're really trying to soak up a lot of heat kind of around where the pipe is attached to the glass. And we're going to blow this area out, try to thin it out a little bit more. We usually try to leave the bottom of the bubble nice and thick for the end. Also, you'll notice at this point, the bubble is getting large enough that we're having to open and close doors as we come in and out to heat this up. And after soaking up some more heat, we use the jacks, which are these two metal blades. We're squeezing into the bubble off the end of the pipe and creating this weak point or breaking point so we could take the entire piece off later on. And hanging the glass down towards the floor, we're of course just using gravity to stretch it out, give us a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. Oh yeah, Pilchuck is still going strong. It's actually really hard to get into those classes. It's so popular. That's a glass school 2 hours north of us in Stanwood, Washington, a glass school called Pilchuck. And a lot of glass artists go there for glass blowing, flame working, fusing, basically any kind of glass art you can imagine, and they have a class for it there. It's a really professional place to go. Yeah, the only other tool I've seen that's similar to the newspapers is a carbon fiber pad. It's like a woven carbon fiber. It's this really expensive material, though, so often you will see people just using newspaper, and there's not really a big difference other than the carbon fiber pad's not going to burn up when you use it. So we're starting to see the glass cool down just a little bit near the end of the pipe. And that's the true color of the glass coming through. So it's looking like it may be a blue. It's just kind of hard to tell when we're working with the glass. But I wanted to point this out during this part of the process, specifically because a lot of people ask me about the colors. So when we're working with the glass, it's going to be glowing from the amount of heat that's inside the glass. It's literally emitting light like lava while we're working with it. And then when it cools down closer to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that's cold for glass, by the way, then it becomes closer to its true color. And for those who joined in a little bit later, I wanted to point out one more time what we're working on, and welcome into the hot shop. So we're making something like this right here on the front pedestal. This is a float, and this is, of course, blown glass through and through. I would say the only difference is, of course, different colors, and then we're also not going to have this separate like colored or blown section here. It's just going to be one full thing. And then we're also going to be attaching these sculptural pieces all the way around the side of it. We have 3 large solid sculpted glass worms that we made, and we're going to be attaching those on the 3 sides. Yeah, you'll see these when we pull them out. But they're sitting inside of that silver box right now called the garage. We're just keeping them warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we finish off this piece. So we will see everything assembled today. Oftentimes, to make pieces more symmetrical, we will set up the rollers at the bench. So we're turning the pipe in one place instead of back and forth across the bench and chasing it back and forth across the bench. Now, while they're still touching up the shape, I have a couple of things I wanted to point out, a couple of free events coming up that you guys might be interested in, especially if you're local. But we have something coming up on Saturday, so the 8th, and that is called Glass Fest Northwest. This is something we have once a year where we have a bunch of tents right outside the front of the museum on the plaza, and there are a bunch of vendors that come in. They show off their glass art, all these local artists. There's going to be a visiting artist in the Hot Shop as well, Dan Friday. He's a local artist. Oh, and actually, kind of interestingly enough, our visiting artist today works with him. But yeah, we'll have a lot going on that day. It's completely free. It's all day. Also free, August 20th, yes, the 20th, we're going to have a concert in the Cone. This is something that happens every once in a while as well, where we'll have free glass blowing down here from 5 to 8 p.m. and then coinciding with the music live performance up above the Hot Shop, they'll usually make a piece that's relating to the music up there. Yeah, it's a special night. That one tends to get very packed, I will say. So if you want to come to that one, come early for a good seat. August 8th, so this Saturday coming up, and then the 20th, yeah. The 20th is a Thursday. That's a third Thursday event. So every third Thursday we're open for free from 5 to 8, but this one's a special concert sort of one. So this is a really important step in the process. We're heating up the end of a tungsten bit, and we're going to drill, quite literally drill and melt a hole into the end of this piece. And this allows us to attach another blowpipe over top of that opening, and then we could break this piece off of this pipe here. We could seal up this end without creating a vacuum. So any piece you see that looks like it's completely closed off, there's always a hidden hole somewhere in the piece, usually on the bottom. Now this is also something that this finished piece right here has as well, though. Yeah, there's a hole in the top that allows a piece of like fishing line to go through and then out the other end. So over on that left bench, we were preparing the blowpipe that we're going to bring over and attach over top of that little hole that we drilled into the end. And basically, the best way I could describe this glass that we prepared on the end of the blowpipe is the shape of a crown. So we have a little bit of glass in the shape of a crown on the end of this pipe that we're going to bring over. So when we end up attaching this, it's not going to reseal or close off that opening. It's just going to let us continue to blow air into the piece. This is a relatively complex project and topic, so this explanation, if it doesn't quite make sense, you will see it play out, but understand that it's complicated, so it makes sense if you don't understand it. It's not like making a vase or a cup where you just attach a pipe to the bottom and then you break it off and you open it up. This one's completely sealed. So we brought this blowpipe over. You could see that glass in the shape of a crown. We're attaching this right onto the end. So same orientation of the pipe, it's just opposite end. And then once we're happy with that connection, we'll break the entire piece off of that first pipe. So to break the piece off, we usually just apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe and it pops away. So now, as you can see, we've flipped the orientation of the piece. We could start working on the opposite end. And this is the end that we're going to be attaching all those sculptural worms to. And these are pretty big pieces of glass themselves, by the way. The worms were each 27 inches before we twisted them up on themselves a little bit. So they'll be a little bit shorter, but they are 27 inches of worm. So we're getting a good amount of heat in this glass. And Alex will come over and grab the jacks. We're squeezing down on the end of this opening. So we've completely sealed that opening off. And after cutting that excess piece of glass away, we're left with just a perfect point on the end of this piece. I'm sure they'll have to do a little bit of heating and shaping of that end to get it to the exact shape that they want, and then we'll start bringing those sculptural pieces over, which I know that there are a few new faces in here, so just want to point out we have a lot of pieces that we're going to be attaching together pretty soon, and we're going to be pulling a lot of them out of this silver box right here called the garage. So if you ever see us randomly appear with something, a piece of glass, a tray, it's usually coming out of this box where it was sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, staying nice and toasty. So we've pulled out one of those first worms over on the left bench, and we're keeping this nice and warm. We're, looks like, touching up a couple little things, just making sure that it's perfect before we bring it over. And could we have a quick view of the left bench, please? Thank you. So I just want to make sure that you guys can get a little glimpse of this. So this is one of those worms that we worked on earlier. And this is something that would have been a little bit hard to point out without just showing you guys. So I waited until they brought it out. But there's this section that's like completely solid all the way through. And it's a little hard to see from this angle, but it's basically in that crook or that curve of the worm shape, they inserted this large mass of colored glass and they turned it into a fish head. So this has little scales on it, it has gills, it has a fish eye that they made earlier. And that fish eye is really cool. It has silver leaf in the back of it with a little black pupil, and then they drop clear glass on top to magnify it and make it look like a real eye. So that's that piece over there. Eventually this will be brought over and attached to this piece at the center bench. Hey, could we have a view of the center bench again, please? Thanks. So we basically just opened this end up and we trimmed a little bit of glass away. We're just kind of straightening that opening. So it looks like it will be the same as the one on the pedestal here, where it's open-ended on both ends, technically. Yeah, we still have this little hole drilled into the top here on the finished piece, which fishing line runs through. So we're superheating the glass over on the left bench, right where it's going to be connected to the side of the piece. And we'll start heating up this piece just enough for them to stick together. We want them to stick like glue. Hot will stick to hot. So bringing this piece of glass over, we're able to push that down and attach it onto the side of the piece. And then hopefully with just a careful tap of the pipe, then the pipe pops away. So intense to watch. I'm stumbling over my words. So now we just have to keep this piece of glass warm. That connection point there is a weak point, and if we don't keep this piece warm enough, then it has the chance to pop off later on. So we'll constantly keep this piece warm. And we have 2 more of these to attach, basically in that same exact way. And I did want to emphasize the wooden tools that we're using again, just real quick. So we're using a bunch of wooden tools. You might wonder why, especially if they're going to burn up when they're touching 1,000 degree Fahrenheit material. But we need an insulating material to push onto the piece every once in a while so that it's not going to suck heat out of the piece and then break it. So we have wooden paddles, we have corkwood paddles, we have all sorts of different pieces of equipment. We have this large wooden board that we use every once in a while too, along the entire side of the piece. Usually, you will always see a team working in the hot shop. Usually, it's teams of like 3 or 4, though, and it's like one bench, and you're making something like a vase. So, this is definitely a larger scale project, and therefore, you need a larger team. But it's very hard to blow glass by yourself unless you're making something like ornaments or paperweights. Yeah, I got a question about this from a member of the audience, but we're heating up this glass on the tail end of the worm, and we're basically just going to pick and then cut this glass off. This is just a little bit of glass that was connected to the pipe, so it was between the pipe and the worm, and it's just a little bit of extra that we're getting rid of. There's also a part of the process that you guys don't get to see that is going to be a big part of this piece in particular, and that is the cold working process. Sadly, you guys never get to see the cold shop, but it's an entire room full of equipment that is basically a lot like woodworking equipment, except it's all diamond grit and there's a bunch of running water in the equipment. So we have big like disc grinders, we have a belt sander, we have all this stuff, and we will cut, polish, grind the glass. We will sandblast the glass. All of this stuff is considered cold working because you're working with the glass when it's cold, aka room temperature. So that is going to happen with this piece quite a bit. They're going to cut the top off and they're going to sandwich a big disc of glass inside of it. And then, of course, you'll also see when we finish this piece, there's glass left over from where it was connected to the pipe. So we're going to have to grind that away as well. So we've just pulled out another one of those sculpted worms over on the left bench. We'll do that same process, heating up where it's going to be connected, bring it over and attach it to the side of our piece. And just a reminder, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to grab my attention. I do scan the crowd every once in a while, making sure that I'm not missing anybody, but every once in a while I do. So just try again if I've ever missed you.